Few know the truth. I stood with Cain and my brethren until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. My transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained in an instant.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
The future has always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
PlayStation.
Well, well, well. Look who it is. It's me. Ryan the Gaming Lawyer here on Thursday night stream. Every Thursday night, I stream. Right, Eva 23? Hello, Old Lady TV. Hello, Chris Plays Games. Or be more like Chris Rides Bikes. Although, I think I saw you've been playing some games. I've seen you pop up on my Steam list a few times over the last couple of weeks, so you still can be Chris Plays Games sometimes. Oh, Maxie. Yeah, Maxie is my number one fan. You know, Evie has really been working hard to supplant the number one spot, the throne. But you know, you gotta really work hard for that. That's all I'm saying. And hello, Nick C. Good evening, sir. You don't just stumble in once or twice first in the chat and suddenly you're the number one fan. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just ask Maxie. Remember all the years Maxie was the first one in the chat every week. Right, Maxie? So yeah. I guess I'm playing Soul Reaver tonight. I was having a little hard time figuring out what to play. Because this past week, I've been playing a game called Stone Shard. Here, I'll show. I have a trailer for.
Few know the truth. I stood with Cain.
A challenging turn-based RPG with complete freedom of character development and complex injury treatment system. Welcome to Stone Shard. In Stone Shard, you will travel through ruined villages, old forests, and crypts swarming with monsters, all procedurally generated with each new run. Become a true mercenary and use every opportunity to earn coin, to buy better gear, and challenge ever greater dangers. Combine over 100 skills with over 200 pieces of equipment and find unique playstyles by experimenting with builds without class restrictions or level prerequisites. In Stone Shard, each battle will test your skills. Plan out your build and strategy to achieve victory no matter the odds. To survive in the merciless world of Aldor, take care of your health, both physical and mental, by fighting pain with alcohol and taking all kinds of substances. You can make the stakes even higher by choosing the Iron Man mode, where character death becomes permanent. Stone Shard is coming to Steam on February 6th, 2020. Wishlist the game now and follow Hype Train Digital on social media to see more.
So yeah. Oh wait, Nick's my number one fan. Well, he said it. No, a big banner happened, so maybe he is. I don't know. Is that all it takes? Oh, hold on. There we go. Soul Reaver. That's what I'm playing. Stone Shart. Hey Jeff. Yeah, I think it's another Brad stream. Otherwise, I would have had him tell me which of these two games I should have played. Because I played a little Soul Reaver. I'm kind of getting the itch. Got the itch to jump back into it a little bit. So I played it a little bit recently. But that Stone Shard game has been in early access for like 6 years. It's one of those games. But I picked it up during the winter sale. I had my eye on it for a while, and they did this big update, like a big annual update. And Splattercat Gaming finally recommended buying it. He's been covering it for years, and he's like, I think it's at a point now where you can buy it. And it's been on my wish list for a while, and I've been eyeballing it, so I got it. And I've pretty much been playing it all week, like when I've had gaming time. But I don't know how riveting it would be for stream content. I don't know. I mean, and it's unfinished. Like, I'm going to hit a point where I'm going to run out of content. But, you know, I have a hard time. I almost was going to put it up to a vote, but I have a feeling people would probably rather watch this game. So how's everyone doing? I hope you're all having a happy holiday. I got my 1 day off for Christmas. I could have probably, if I organized my year later, I could have got more of them off. Yeah, Maxie, it's unfinished. It's an early access roguelike, or maybe roguelite, RPG. There's a lot going on though. Like I've really been enjoying it. But and I don't know when it runs out of content. It's one of those games where the people that have been hanging around for years, like you read reviews and people are like, yeah, it's taken forever to get this thing done. But then all of them have like hundreds of hours in it. So you can tell there's like enough to sink your teeth into. How did Millie do? Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta grab something to show you guys. All right, so I'm not set up for cam tonight, obviously, but I gotta show you what I got for Christmas. Where's my little cam button? You're gonna get to see my stupid hair and everything. Here we go. Wait, is my cam not plugged in? Oh, that sucks. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I can't show it to you. Here, I'll grab a picture of it real quick. It was one of the best gifts ever. How do I find it? I didn't shower today either. Like, we got home last night, and then I slept as much as I could, and then work started. You know, who's got time for hygiene? Especially when you're working from home. But all right, this is the present we got this year. Look at this. Have you ever seen anything so adorable? So we do a thing each year where everyone gets assigned one other person for a gift. But my brother-in-law and his fiance got Amanda and I. So they pooled their resources and got a couple of things for both of us. And this is the highlight. Like when we saw this, like, oh my god, so cute. It's all Millie. Anyways, I was very happy with this. All right, so that's what I got. I'm gonna get that out of there. Did I say hazard? Yeah, definitely. There's a definite Lady in the Tramp style there, for sure. But it really does. Like, her hair, her little ears look exactly like that. They flop exactly like that. And, yeah, I think they did a great job. So, sorry. I know I missed some other stuff. Old Lady TV, you're going to see your grandpa. And and Hazard. I know what's a Hazard. I was like, wait, I didn't say Hazard. Hazard, Kentucky. I don't know. Is that where the Dick Boys were? I have no idea. You're good. You got a $30 Steam gift card from your brother, and you still have presents from your friends to open. Oh, that's cool. The joy and wonder of Christmas continues. I should sell Millie merch. Well, in this case, someone bought that for us. So, if anything, we would be the purchasers, not the sellers of Millie merch. Leave it to other people to find ways to monetize my dog that I pay for, you know? Let me see it. I'll show you guys a recent picture of Millie, though. There she is. Look at that. Look, she's all grown up now. Mostly. But she doesn't have like the little puppy face, but you see the ears? Here, I'll bring up the picture. Because I think the pictures that they use as a model for her Millie poster is when she was a little younger. But see, she got those little... She got those little ears, those raggedy ears. I was like, oh yeah, they got these little details that are just very Millie. And she actually, we just got her back because we didn't take her. We visited for one day. We left Tuesday night. Spent Christmas with Amanda's family, and then left last night. Came back home, and so Tuesday we dropped Millie off, and we just picked her up after we got off of work. Like literally, got her home about 15 minutes before I started streaming, and she's beat. She's like, oh, I've never seen her like come in the door with less enthusiasm. I hope they weren't mean to her or something. I was a little bit like, I hope that isn't. But she they beat her up or make her, I don't know. We think it's because she just we paid to have her do like an extra 3 hours of puppy play time a day. So we think she's just tired because she's been playing with other dogs for, well, it's been 3 days because we dropped her off in the morning on Tuesday, all day, and then yesterday, and then all day today. So, Milli Vanilli. Yeah, the dog food and the toys, they're monetizing my dog, but they're not specifically monetizing like Millie, you know, like this is Millie merch in a way that Purina beef and rice dog food isn't. But oh, and I got something else that I thought was cool. I've picked up a couple games in the Steam sale, and I got a few gifts from that some of you folks got me from my wish list on Steam. I think the only one I played so far was Nick, you got me Caribbean Legend, which is it's like a really janky pirate game that's sort of like in the style of Sid Meier's Pirates a little bit. It's doing its own thing. Actually, I think there was a Pirates of the Caribbean game in like 2007, and the people that made that kept like making successors not under the Disney name. And it's in like an early access state, but I've been wanting to get it, even if just to support its development. So I did play that a little bit, and it was kind of fun. Very, very janky, but like it's where you're like a pirate ship. Or I don't even know if you need to be a pirate necessarily, but you're like a ship captain in the age of piracy. I have a feeling you end up going pirate. And Evie, you picked me up Dead Space, the remake, which that's something I'll probably file away for next October. But that's one that, like, there have been quite a few times where I've thought, if I had that, I'd just jump in and play it. Like, that's one of my favorite horror, like, sci-fi games. Or one of my favorite horror games ever. Just gonna wait for the right time. Yeah, Nick said it reminded you of Sid Meier's, and you love it. No, I think Sid Meier's is probably a lot more polished. Like, this game, I was playing through it, and I've watched videos of it. I'm not surprised that there's jank to it. But, like, I was playing it, it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of rough. But there's also, like, a charm to it. Like, I don't know if any of you guys ever played the Gothic games, but it was like, if the people that made Gothic 1 decided to make a pirate simulator. So I was going to say Gothic, they made the Riven games that ended up actually being, I think Riven, not Riven. Risen. Risen 2 was like literally almost like a pirate game, but just a pirate themed game. But yeah, this very much, if you've ever seen like the original Gothic, it almost feels like the same people made this. But yeah, so I played around with that for a little while. And let's see, Alali got me, there's a VR game called Maestro, and I need to get back into my VR stuff. I don't do enough VR, but I need to start doing my Beat Saber again. And Maestro is a little bit like Beat Saber, except you're conducting an orchestra. And it's like, you know how the conductor waves his arms to like, and so literally is you like in a theater with an orchestra in front of you with all the big band and all the different things, and you're waving your arms, doing the tempo and like pointing at like the percussions and then the horns and like doing all the hand motions to make everyone do what they're supposed to be doing. It's very like hand active game, and I played it looked good. I actually played the demo of it before I put it on my wish list, and it was fun, but I realized how out of shape I was from not doing Beat Saber for several months. Like, I was like, oh man, like my shoulder was sore and everything afterwards. But I was like, yeah, that's the kind of game that's going to get me going. Like, I think Beat Saber is still more, let me see if I can find I'll find a trailer for it. All right, we'll go to the this off. So yeah, you're doing all the hand stuff. And it's cool if you turn around, it's actually like, it's like a big theater, like with an audience and stuff. Oh yeah, they're throwing roses. But if you turn around, you see all the whole audience is there. There we go. I got to get my hands in shape for wolf mouth. Oh, and that leads me to another thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping into that a little bit. Oh, and they're already adding more music, but I think they're doing it as paid DLCs. They added more, like some Harry Potter music, like the Harry Potter some of the like the Harry Potter orchestral themes. So, and this is you're gonna see all my icons here. Wait a minute, did I just get a notification? I got so much crap. Here, I'll move that over here. Because I thought I heard a Discord notification, but I'm like, I don't have Discord on. Unless I kept it open in the background. I don't know what that notification was. But I also got a program called Wallpaper Engine. I came across it randomly. And it's like $3 or something, but it has like 700,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. So I was like, wait, what is this? Is that a joke? And then I looked at it and like people are just going crazy about it. Oh, the trailer played a Discord notification. Oh, there we go. See, old lady TV, look at what you said. Let me see what you said. So you got your gifts early from your mom on December 1st. Oh, you got a green screen and a microphone? And a headset from your dad. All right, sounds like they're setting you up. Yeah, I stop by your channel every now and then, and I can see you have not been idle. You put stuff out on your, I don't know if you ever stop putting stuff out on your channel. You have like a steady stream of like different videos and little streams and stuff like that. I don't do a lot of hanging out in other people's stuff, but since you're here, I did want to call out that I've popped into your channel from time to time just to see, and I've seen that you're like you're busy. You're a busy content creator. Now you get some of the pro stuff. But yeah, look at this so you get to set up wallpaper backgrounds, and they're animated. And see, I'll open up. So this is actually a program, and I downloaded a few of them. But because you can go into the Steam Workshop and look at, like, there's thousands of like community made. You've had it, but you don't use it anymore. Did it mess with your performance or anything? Because that was the only thing I was wondering about. Is some people complained that, like, if you play demanding games, let's see. So I picked up a few. I got one for Firewatch, which I thought was cool. And it's just, it's just like a, I'll put this stuff over here. It's just like a calm background, but it's got a little bit of animation to it. Some of them have music, but I don't know why you would want, I don't want like constant background music playing. Let me see, what are the ones? This one I thought was really cool. I almost chose this as a, and maybe I'll keep this one up. This is from Ori the Blind Forest, but it's just, which I've only played a little bit, but this is just like such a beautiful scene Some of them are pretty wild. Like they're way too busy. Oh, because of the demands of VR. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I even turned it off. I did turn it off earlier, but it supposedly, doesn't it? Well, it still runs in the background though, but it supposedly like stops doing whatever processing it is if you run a full screen application. But it still does take some resources in the background. Let me see if there are any other cool ones. There's a whole bunch that they come with. I found a Morrowind. A Morrowind one, which I thought was cool. There's a Skyrim one. I actually used to have this Skyrim screenshot. I think I maybe had this exact screenshot, and then people take these things and then they animate them. Oh, like using, because I think there are tools that come with it for people that want to create things where you can take this and it's just a picture and you can add stuff like the mist and you can add the shimmer to the water and that sort of thing. They got a Star Wars one. Kind of like the calm ones, and I tend to like ones that are a little darker. Little World of Warcraft. See, this one's real subtle. There's not a lot going on. But yeah, just some cool. So yeah, I started messing around with this and kind of getting like, this one's actually a little busy. Like that's why I don't like, they make some pretty really like remarkable, stunning ones, but they'd be better as art pieces and not backgrounds for your icons. Yeah, no, that was the one I settled in on. Let me see. There was another one. There's a few like Asian themed. There's a samurai one, which I also thought was kind of cool. Could be a little bit busy with all like the leaves against the bright sky background. But yeah, obviously I settled in on that first one, which isn't themed like anything. It's not like a video game or anything else. Where'd it go? This one. Yeah. Because yeah, I think it's just very visually striking. And I don't know what maybe it is from something, but I mean, it's a cherry blossom on top of like a volcanic, like a volcanic wasteland. I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful. And it's a little bit like, I don't know what's going on, but it's cool. All right. So I'll close that out. But let me see. Did I pick anything out? I didn't go too crazy this year in the Steam sale, but I did buy a few things. Oh, I got Dave the Diver. That's one I got last night after we came home because I saw it. It's one of those games where I've looked at it a few times because it's got so many good reviews, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that's my thing. Like, but I couldn't really tell. And that's what even people that review it say, like, yeah, when I heard what this game was about, I didn't think it sounded that great, but then I tried it. And there have been a few games like that over the years where just everyone swore up and down it was great, but then I'd look at like the store page and be like, and then if I finally try it, I get it. So I decided, and I think it was on, I could pick it up at Humble, and I got it on Humble for like $11. So I said, yeah, for $11, I should just add it. And I've been looking for a nice, like, chill game to play on Steam Deck, and that one's one of the most popular games on Steam Deck. It's supposed to run really well. And just be a good game to play on Steam Deck. That's one problem with Stone Shard. Stone Shard does not run well. You can make it run on the Steam Deck, but it doesn't control well on the Steam Deck, and it also doesn't have cloud saving, which is kind of a big deal when if you're playing a game that could go on for hundreds of hours. You want to be able to... If it doesn't have cloud saving, that means you play it on your PC and then you switch to your Steam Deck and you can't continue playing that save. Which, yeah, kind of sucks. But, yeah, let me see. Yeah, I think that's a pretty big deal. Unless it was a game that you were thinking you'd only ever play on your Steam Deck, then it's fine. But, you know, a big thing for me is also half the time, you know, if it's something I really get into that goes well on Steam Deck, but also on PC, I'll probably want to stream it too. And streaming off a Steam Deck would be just a pain in the ass. Like I'm pretty sure I'd have to get like a docking station with cables and things like that to run it. And then I'm still not exactly sure, like, if I need a capture card or something, like I was running a console. I don't know. Yeah. They're just streaming off of the Steam Deck. It doesn't sound... There's probably different ways to do it, but not the way that I stream. But, so yeah, and that Stone Shard that I got was part of a double pack with another game called Quasimorph, which is sort of a similar style game, but in space. I don't think it's the same exact developers, but I think it's through the same publishers. And I played that a little bit first. And that's also an early access. That's, I think, that might actually be in full release now. It's a lot more fully developed, but it doesn't have nearly as much. It's not as rich as Stone Shard. I was really surprised how much substance there was to Stone Shard. Like, there's actually a lot of story. The RPG world feels like, you know, there's all the different characters, and the writing is really good. Like, it really impressed me how good it was. There's not much to look at unless you're in that style of graphics. But I was really torn. As you can see, I now on my welcome screen in OBS, I have a primary game and a secondary game, like trailer, and I even have it like set up where if I was like midstream, if I change my mind, I got the backup ready. I got the backup ready for Stone Shard. If on the spur of the moment, I'm like, no, I changed my mind. I need to play Stone Shard instead. Someone's gonna walk in right now and go, what the hell is this? That's not Soul Reaver. Set this up here. I should have some coffee left over from this afternoon. Hey, look, it's Skull Sphinx. The greatest and goofiest Eevee. Is she really that goofy? I know she's the best Eevee. This has been empirically proven. I've spent years of research. And, well, really, the only other one I had to compare it to is Mega Eevee. No contest, you know. Absolutely. All right. That's a glowing endorsement. You would know. You would know better than any of us. Yeah. Guess we have to.
Order in the court. Law. Talons of justice.
All right, testify, Skull Sphinx. Although I don't have my camera plugged in, so I can't do my proper. No, I think I'd have to be on camera to accept proper testimony. I do declare. Yeah, I don't know. Skull Sphinx, did Evie tell you that Maxie is my #1 fan? I know it's been quite the shakeup, and it's been quite the ongoing matter of contention here in stream. Who's the best? The number one Game Lawyer fan. And the joke is that Evie's been the first one in my chat almost every time for like years. And then one time Maxi came in first. And I immediately declared him the number one fan. And then he clipped it and I played it back and it seemed so official that it's been really hard to dislodge him since then. No, don't do a divorce. Not because, no. Well, I couldn't do a divorce either because you can't represent both parties in a divorce. They're adverse parties, even if it's an amicable divorce. But Jesus, I had no idea that there would be such dire consequences. All right, hold on. If you're not first, you're last. Ricky Bobby. I mean, but, well, Maxie, how does it feel? How does it feel? I mean, to know you're the number one fan, but to know that at what cost? To know the cost that other people are paying. All the crushed lives in your wake. Clawing your way to the top. I mean, I guess you don't get to the top by being nice. You're fulfilled. All right. Okay. Sometimes it pays to be last. I'll be honest. Yeah, like some places, like I was thinking about my workplace a little bit. It's kind of better if you just do a good job and blend in. Like, just make yourself useful. But it seems like the people that shoot up, like, in a company end up burning out or getting fired. Like, yeah. Like, during reorganizations, it's like, it's a lot of the middle management are the ones that end up getting the axe. And it's the people that do what I do that get shuffled back. They get shuffled around and keep just serving new functions and keep working. So I guess this is the chance that you all could have. It says I got 6 people in here. If you were all like, you know what? We don't want to see Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. We want to see Stone Shard. You gave us a little taste. And you're all like, holy shit, I really wish he'd streamed Stone Shard, not Soul. I really wish he'd streamed Stone Shard instead of Soul Reaver. It's not too late. I could switch it all up. But I have a feeling Soul Reaver's probably a better streaming game anyways. The Sons of the Forest? Yeah, I got Maxie a copy of the Sons of the Forest for Christmas. The only stone you'd want is Stone Shark. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, no, I wouldn't play Sons of the Forest. I don't know if you remember what I said when I gifted it to you, but I said it's for when you feel like playing a game like Icarus, but you also want to crap your pants. And that was sort of my problem with Sons of the Forest. Is like I guess you could turn it completely off, but I don't want zero danger. I want there to be some danger. But it's like it's too much. And the first one was like that for me too. Like I played a bit of the first one, but I always get to a point where it was too much. It's similar enough to the first, but different enough to make me have to Google things. No, I feel like it's a lot different than the first one. Like the whole building system is, well, there's sort of different ways. There are component-based buildings like before, but they're also very manual, like almost like Lincoln Logs style building. It is in general that everything, I mean, the whole, like the island is completely different. Everything, there's a lot that's just way different. And there's seasons, and like the water freezes over in the winter. There's a lot of really like cool and interesting stuff going on in the first one. It's leaps and bounds ahead of the forest, the first one. Make Kelvin do everything, you know how to do yourself. That's the AI assistant. The problem with Kelvin is, and I think it's funny because Kelvin is, as a character, is someone that you like. He looks dead. You snap him out, but he can't speak. He's a little bit like brain damaged, and that's sort of a very clever way of also, I think the devs covering for the fact that his AI is just not very good. And I don't think it could have been a lot better. Like, if they'd wanted to make a genius assistant, he still would have been running around doing a bunch of dumbass things because the AI in that kind of environment is just not capable of doing stuff that's it's pretty advanced for what it is. I am impressed by it, but he'll end up doing stuff like chopping down trees that fall down and break your base. Like they fall over and wreck shit. And then you're like, okay, don't chop down any tree. They may have, I think they've done a lot of tweaks though since I've played it. So they may have like worked on that a bit. Oh no, Maxie. Let me see. I'm gonna look on my Steam real quick and see if there was any other stuff. I've been very game restless. I actually played Disco Elysium for about 20 minutes on my Steam Deck. I was sitting on my Steam Deck last week, like, not sure what to play, but knowing I didn't want anything action-packed. And I was like, oh, I feel like playing something slow and got story in it. Oh, shit, I could play the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe again. That was pretty fun. Was that last week is when I played that. Okay, so I got a few other random things that I got. I got Black Desert Online because it was free. And that was like randomly earlier this year. I wanted to play it again, but they transitioned the accounts to a new company. And they warned people for like a year. You need to transition your account or you're going to lose it. You need to transition to the new company, you're going to lose it. And I didn't do it. I wasn't paying any attention to Black Desert for years. But it's on sale. You'd rather me play the Stanley Parable again tonight instead of Soul Reaver? I thought about doing Stanley Parable. Cause yeah, I was having a lot of fun with that. I got Grim Dawn, which is a little bit like Diablo. Supposed to be pretty good. It's been out for a few years, and I had my eye on it for a while. I got the Mass Effect Legendary Edition Trilogy. That's one that I actually got from a Steam bundle like 2 years ago, but I went to install it a few months ago, and it was one of those keys that they expire if you don't claim them. I was like, oh shit. So it was on sale for like $4 or something, so I said, okay, I just want to have it, so next time I get an itch, I'll have it. For $4, that's worth it. Your daughter got you Firewatch? Well, I don't have Mass Effect installed, Nick, so... Also, Mass Effect is not a game one casually wanders into. Unless you're just wanting to show someone what it looks like, but... That's, between the 3 games, it's probably a good 100 hours of content right there. But yeah, Maxie, Firewatch is a good one, man. I mean, you know already, You said one of the reasons you haven't gotten it is because you're a little too familiar with it. But and it's good too. It's like you could do it in an afternoon. But yeah, it is a matter of, you know, finding the time to do it. I said, you got anything else? All right, run in. I got the Dave the Diver. All right, you know what? Here, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch everything over because now we're not playing. Now we're not gonna play Soul Reaver. Here, I'm gonna change the stream. So now it's just Lawyer Plays Live. Maybe I'll save the Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And we'll change the game. We just don't want to false advertise. There's always going to be some like fanatic that loves Soul Reaver. They're going to come in here and be like, why are you playing this? You said you were going to play Soul Reaver. Stanley Parable. Oh, you got 4 Lego kits to assemble? No, I've already played the entire Mass Effect trilogy, by the way. I played it before before I was the gaming lawyer on YouTube. But it's just one of those that was so good that I thought at some point I'll probably replay it. I think I replayed the first one like twice. Because I played the first one, and then when the second one came out, I replayed the first one, and then played the second one. And then when the third one came out, when I eventually got it, I replayed the first one again, and then replayed the second one, and then played the third one. So we'll just say I've played a lot of Mass Effect trilogy. From the years 2007 to about like 2014 or something. So yeah, I'm happy to play Stanley Parable. It was literally one of those games like Soul Reaver is just kind of very classic video gamey fun, and I was actually playing it a little earlier, but a couple times, you know, just in the little time I was playing it, I had to look up stuff on like game guides, like what am I supposed to do? And I kept getting like killed by stuff and getting pissed off, which I'm like, hey, that could be good content too, you know, but still. All right, we're gonna play some Stanley Parable. Let me make sure that my I have a Stanley Parable. It's like, do I have a dedicated Stanley Parable key layout? I don't think I do, but I don't think you need one for Stanley Parable. Nick, you beat the first 2 Mass Effects maybe half a dozen times. Oh my gosh. And you beat the third one once. Okay. Yeah, I know that you're a Mass Effect fan. I know we've had discussions about like the third one and how it ended. You have feelings about that, which, you know, it's understandable. I think one of the problems is, you know, they came out with Mass Effect Andromeda, and I feel like that game is good enough if you don't compare it, that I should be able to get into it, but I can't. I bounced off of it twice. Like, I've gotten into it like maybe 5 to 10 hours, and I'm like, it's a high quality game. I should allow myself to get into this, but something about it just didn't, like, I just bounced off of it. It just made me nostalgic for the first Mass Effect trilogy. It just was so good. You say, like, when you say I was a Mass Effect fan, does that mean you are not anymore? After the bitter taste of the third one?
45 seconds of gameplay.
Let's see, where's Stanley? Here we go. Hey, I still have Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe up. But I guess I don't need to have a current game if I renamed my stream. Developed by oh my gosh. Crows. Hey, I'm gonna do it again. Let me see. Let's see, it's 8. It says 8:31. This time I'm gonna say 8. Oh, I'm sorry, 8:51. Here, we'll come down. I'm gonna do 8:52 because last time it switched as I was doing it to the next minute. 8:52 p.m. Your favorite time of day. Or you could simply not resist giving me the correct time again. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. It's true. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 8:52 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 8:52? Oh, it is like 100% accurate. You know, I could just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders. We've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. This is so funny. The game hasn't even started yet. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. Oh. Okay, gotta wait till next time. Yep. Oh, and this is not Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. It's Stanley Parable 2. Why does it say begin the game? Alright, I guess it's always a beginning. Because the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I wouldn't mind a job like that. Just a brain-dead...
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right, here we are.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, there's the first big decision. Do I take the bucket or leave the bucket? You ever heard of Doug? He's a Twitch streamer, and he happened to be the brother of the guy that made this game? No! There's a VOD of them exploring the deluxe edition together. Oh, dang. Whoa, hey, this is new! There's a little robot. I don't know why it's there, but it's there. So, should I take the bucket? What do you guys think? I mean, this time I'm gonna leave the bucket there. Are you guys? Has anyone not seen what the bucket does? You know, I'll grab it just in case. So the bucket. This is Stanley Parable 2, and it's. I'll go without the bucket. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The narrator decided there wasn't enough new content, so he's like, I'm gonna add a bunch of stuff, and we're gonna call it a sequel. We're gonna call it Stanley Parable 2. And one of the things he said there were complaints in the reviews for the original Stanley Parable was that people thought it was too self-contradictory and like confusing. And so this is like a bucket of comfort. It's supposed to put your mind at ease and make you feel a sense of security in the face of all the uncertainty of the Stanley Parable. So yeah.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
This is official Stanley Parable 2 content. But Evie said go without. Next time I'll go without the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, what's going on?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh, this is the stuff is back. How to solve a dispute with a coworker, let it ball up inside you, take it out passively aggressively, using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm environment. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. Yep, see? The last time I was in here, all of the entire room, all the themes, all the boards were all about the new Stanley collectibles. But maybe because I found all the collectibles, they're back to just the regular rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute, circle the top 23 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate. All right, that's enough.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, we got to check the executive restroom. Because you never know. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. See, every time, well, sometimes it repeats, but every time I get in here, something else is written on the wall. Which, you know, it's not life-shattering, but it's, you know. And then there was, see, this one time, these doors opened.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
All right. I do feel much better having the bucket with me, I won't lie. See, this time I'm doing... This is sort of the official path of the game. There's an official story, which is the whole point is not doing...
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
What was that?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
So yeah, this is the official... You know, the whole point of this game is game designers have like a specific story that they want you to experience in the game, and it's intended often that you play in a certain way, and what happens if you don't. Like, this is so the narrator is constantly saying like how you should be feeling, what you should be doing, even down to like you go to the door on the left, and what happens if you go on the door on the right instead.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I like how when you carry the bucket with you, the story becomes so focused on the bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I mean, if you think about it, the numbers only go up to 596, which is not big for a company. It's big for a number of monitors, though.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
There we go.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
So, one thing I haven't done yet, since I've been playing this again, is this is the very end of the story, and if you push off, you've told the official story of, like, turning down the mind control and escaping from your corporate prison. But I haven't tried pressing the on button for the mind control button yet, or for the mind control machine. So we're going to try this.
Second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh no, it's just two different... What is it up on the screen? Bird range? Displaying bird range? Alright, well now there's just two different birds. This one looks like the law hawk. Oh. Silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Wow. Way to save the narrative. Alright, here we are.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, now I want to do that again without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's what it comes down to, is like trying different things.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And sometimes, just doing exactly the same thing again, different things will happen.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
I should write that down.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Wait, where's my pen? Hold on. 2, 8, 4,
Stanley just
5.
sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
So am I taking too long? Alright, 2.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Was there something if you did 8 forever? I've never tried it. So I wasn't aware that it ever did, or if it still does, do something. How would one even discover that? If that's a thing. Like, you just sit there and just push 8 over and
through
over.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Although when I went that other passage before, the death passage, it became all about the bucket, so I should try going down there without the bucket too.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I like the one, I don't know if you can see it, the one on top here, the employee number, it just says pirate. This is employee pirate.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright, now let's see what happens.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Oh boy.
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Nope.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble, This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
That's it. I should just turn my stream off. Just... Would that freak you guys out if the screen went black there, then my stream just stopped? Stanley woke up in his office one day and everyone was actually there. They all asked Stanley, "Did you stay the night here?" Stanley replied, "Night. Where have you all been? It's been years." Thank you, Rockslide. You done sub?
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ooh, I thought of one I could take the bucket
Where are we
with me
going
for.
today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I haven't done this with
Stanley
the
did
bucket
not
before.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
This was my plan all along, mister.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
No, this is much nicer than the time I did this without the bucket. This apartment. It's roomier. Yeah, well, the first time I tried this by myself, I came to an apartment. It was terrible. Hey, there's the bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press U to take me to work with you. Wait, but I thought we were going to have our lives together outside of work. You need a bucket in your life too? I'm going to press U.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
You wish you had a bucket? But buckets are unattainable? Is that true? Is there a bucket shortage these days? Press M to take me back home with you. Oh, we're just going like to work and home?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Oh, the narrator was the one that was making such a big deal about the bucket. Go back to work with the bucket. All right. Just another day.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press R for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Yeah, I guess you could transport sand or... Well, there's air. Well, you don't really transport the air. You could transport gases heavier than oxygen in the bucket. You could transport metals. You could transport small animals or insects, plants. Press V to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Yes, bucket.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
It's nighttime at the office.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Human organs, yes. Yes, Maxie. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y to go back home. Yes, bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press R to relive this same day with me over and over. Okay.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
My world is getting smaller. You put a bucket on the shopkeeper's head to steal from them. That's true in Skyrim, you can do that. I never actually did that because it just felt like made me feel unclean. Although I used mods to do other things. So. Press P to go home. Wait, press P to go home to work to home to work to home. Well, this could be interesting.
Oh no, I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh no.
No. What's going on? Why
Candles?
do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh no, the
Hear
bedroom's
what the
open.
bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
The bucket's in bed. There's all these candles lit at home. The bucket's waiting for me in bed. Oh god.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Was that an ending? Yep, that was an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, now I want to try to take that escape corridor without the bucket.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end. That's true.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Okay. Feeling much better now. I collected all the statues and then some. So there were collectible statues, but I found them all.
Soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Yep, feeling much better now. Yeah, I found like, what was it? What did it come to in the end? 18 out of 6 buckets? That was pretty memorable.
Through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
See, I only took this route with the bucket. And then it got like a whole spiritual experience with the bucket. But it was very much a bucket centric. I think that's when we went to like Bucket Afterlife.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Was this game on my bucket list? I didn't know it was until I found the bucket. Alright, down we go! What could go wrong? Okay, this is pretty much the same.
Motion, and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise. He reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
That it?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Okay, so yeah, this is different. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in good time. Oh, there's the room with the 2 doors. Okay. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. I can't remember if I've seen Stranger Than Fiction. Is that with Will Ferrell? I don't think I have. I think I've seen it. I've seen the movie, and maybe even had it on a list to watch it. Okay, so there's literally the office that we've been through a million times. Okay. Oh, there's no jump button. At least not right now. Filing cabinets. Stanley's computer. Yes. Nature paintings scattered throughout the office. Yeah. The office. Door 2, door 3. Oh, the button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. These the credits. Office computers, yes. The maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. All right. The copier. Wow, just remember all this stuff? The war zone. I don't think I've done the war zone. In early development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it, that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Oh nice, you got the 4K version of the original Alien movie? Yeah, isn't that one... Now, remember, like anything causes buzz and a little bit of controversy, but didn't they actually use... Is that one where they used AI to, like, literally bring the original movie into true 4K? Anyways, you have to let me know how it was. That Alien is no joke one of my favorite movies. Like, I've watched the first Alien so many times. When I was younger, I watched them both, but I liked the Aliens, the second one, a lot more. But as an adult, like in the last 10 years, for some reason, the first one is really, like, I've come to, like, it's become my favorite movie in the franchise. What the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Is there anything interesting pop up in here? Proposition. I am Anthony Elias, business broker. Please partner with me. Very rewarding business venture. Just like emails you can find in the game. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy. I have a question for you, sir. And it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. Final warning. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. All right. Oh, Jaws in 4K too. All right. I forget that. Were you here when I talked about that I watched the new Alien movie? Was it? I want to say the Romulus. I was like Remus. No, Romulus. And I actually really liked it as long as I didn't pay attention to the Act 3 out of 4. Let's see, the apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, the timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Okay, so we did talk about that. The cargo lift. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, this early version we decided we also wanted the option to player falling to their death. I never actually tried jumping off that thing to my death. Wow, this thing is like, there's a lot. Doorway to maintenance. Through the lounge. Two doorways to maintenance. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Huh. One option. One doorway to maintenance in the lounge. And the original back on track option. Okay, maintenance layout. The flow of the hallways following the first two doors was important to get right since players replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately the simplest version won out. Oh, so these are all the different ways they were considering doing that section of the game. Yeah, I think that some of the throwbacks is what people didn't like about it, or like some people thought was cheesy, which I'm fine with. I mean, it's a little like tongue-in-cheek or whatever, when someone literally says, "Get away from her, you bitch," and you're like, "Hey, that's what she said in Aliens." I'm a little bit like just sort of indifferent to that. Like, it doesn't make me super excited. I consider it a little cheesy, but it also doesn't bother me. Right? I'm not like, they fucked up the movie. The Zending? The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the fourth version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. The game is now paused. The escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Okay. Player restarted. Okay. Zending levers. Originally part of the Zending, the player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe the color they had pulled. Oh, can't do it now. Does this place... Okay, there's an exit sign. I was like, does this place ever end, though? Countdown desk. One of the desks from an earlier version had a countdown. Oh, of the countdown ending. Oh, which is the one I just did. The freedom ending. As it existed in beta. Alright. Monitor elevator room. For a time, the elevator in the monitor control room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Okay. The original synth guy, whatever his name was, looked a little wonky. The original synth guy? Oh, right. Okay, you're talking about the guy that was from the original Alien movie. The guy that that was Ian Holm. It was wonky, and at a certain point, like, I almost thought, because they can actually do somewhat a good job these days. It's still not always perfect, but of doing CGI characters. And this was so jarringly bad that I kind of thought there was some intentionality to it. Like, they were leaning into the artificial nature of it to highlight the fact that this was an artificial human that was severely damaged, and was not moving naturally. That's sort of what I took out of it, because if it was like them literally trying to do a good job of representing him, then I think they did a bad job of it. But to me, the fact that it was so jarring made me think, I think they made a choice to do that. Early version of the countdown room. Yeah, Ash, that's right. It's not supposed to be him. It's not supposed to be literally Ash in this movie, but it's very clearly supposed to be like based on exactly the same blueprint. I know I've seen a bunch of these, but I'm just trying to see, like, sometimes I went left when I could have gone right. This is quite the little maze they've created here. The office clock. The boss's office. Looks like that went through some different iterations. He was Rook. Okay, that's right. The lounge.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. To end this injustice forever. Shoot. Well, try the other one then.
This thing said that
Now then,
this guy recorded all the dialogue 3 different times during initial development.
Number 4.
And these are all the takes that they didn't use. It's interesting. All right, I think the exit is clearly. I think the exit is where I go when it's literally like when I'm done. All right, I think I've seen everything. All right, hold on. I need to run to the restroom real quick. Here, I'll keep you on the paused screen while I go and then vigorously wash my hands in scalding hot water. And yes, I did actually have Taco Bell today. Although it wouldn't be the Taco Bell itself if I was having problems tonight. It would be that one of the things that my wife got, which is a new thing that they basically have like chicken nuggets, which is I didn't even know about, but yeah, it's like chicken nuggets. And she'd asked for a dipping sauce, but they screwed up, I guess, the order. They ended up giving the wrong items, but we paid for what we got, but she asked for certain things and they entered the order wrong and she didn't catch it. But it was supposed to come with some sort of like a flavored ranch sauce and it didn't. They forgot that stuff. So, usually I just use the hot packets is my level of choice. But for Christmas, we got the Millie thing, but I also got a fermented habanero sauce, which is, what is this? Sylogy sauce. It's a company. It seems like it's a local. Well, it's like a Battleground Washington, which is about, I don't know, it's probably about 40 minutes from us, so it's pretty relatively local. It's like Portland adjacent, more or less. But yeah, so I've been looking for opportunities to use this, but it is one of those things where I did experience the first night that I tried it. I was like dousing stuff in it, and then somewhere around 2 a.m. I had a acacia the burning anus. You know how that goes, right? When you eat too much hot sauce. The acacia the burning anus. It's like a hard-boiled detective novel, except, you know, with a burning anus. All right. We're gonna leave now.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Maxie, fast food in general, for the most part, is all expensive now. It's not just Taco Bell. So it's just the cost of, the cost of, like, if you want the thing, you're going to pay for it. Everything has gotten, like, really expensive in the past, like, especially, like, 5 years. I think the pandemic, like, fucked a bunch of things. That's when, like, a bunch of supply shortages started, and then it seems like things just never got better. So your office banned you from eating food during the week that made you fart? Oh my god. That's why you don't like too much spice yourself. You like it, but not when it makes you feel nauseous. And burns my ass on the way out. That was the big problem with me is, you guys remember, I got like the full, one of the seasons of Hot Ones, I got like the full 12 sauce lineup. And I was using that shit on everything. But I was having some long, late, uncomfortable nights. And I started to realize, like, my body can't, like, I have I get like severe cramps and then like burning ass. I can't deal with it. My body. And then it got to the point where it's like, I barely felt like I needed to eat any of it at all. And I would be up at 2 a.m. with like ass fire. A burger and fries fills you up, but tacos don't for some reason. Interesting. All right. Let's see what happens. It's an off switch. Probably just starts me over.
Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
No.
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
I'm doing it. What if I go back to quit? Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked.
All right. See, the fact is, it seems like I just quit and left and came back, but that could actually cause something different to happen. You just don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's see. What other things could I screw with that I haven't done before?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Last time you
Stanley
got
knew it
like
perfectly
8 tacos
well.
and they didn't fill you
Perhaps
up.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
8 tacos should do the trick.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Maybe you've got a tapeworm.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Maybe as a tapeworm that only likes Mexican food. And the rest you can digest normally. But when you eat tacos, the tapeworm eats it.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Have I brought the bucket down here?
From here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
It didn't have to be a Mexican tapeworm. It just has to be an enthusiast of Mexican food. Chinese food. But Chinese food has a reputation. Or, like, you eat it and then you're hungry again in a half hour type of thing.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
But what happens if I bring the bucket down there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the bucket? A bucket? Last time you had spicy noodle box, you had to hobble over near 7-Eleven at 3 a.m. to get some Pepto, and you felt ill walking downtown until it burned out in the public toilet? Whoa, dang, Rockslide, that sounds like that's like quite the ordeal. No, though, it's gone. I didn't do anything to it. Maybe its feelings were hurt.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Uh-oh.
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Where's the story? Ooh. That's promising. It's pretty brutal. You haven't gone for anything beyond medium since then.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the...
It still says I'm in the sequel.
Meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What happens if I say begin the game again? Oh, they're back.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Hey, there's different stuff on the computers. They have the end is never the end. The end is never the end. On all the monitors have it. That's new. Alright, there's the bucket.
A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
All right. I'm starting to wonder how many more endings that I have.
Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, it's this with the bucket. I did come down here with the bucket
You
before.
see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh.
Don't
Oh,
you
is
get
it?
it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Yeah, last time I didn't let it have the
I think
bucket.
it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much
This time I'll let it have the
that to
bucket.
me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye, bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket
It's not
destroyer
letting me
will
do
do
it.
if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one
Oh,
personality
it won't let me
trait
do it.
deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley
No,
Parable
let me.
characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I thought I had the option to put the bucket in, but it wouldn't let me do it.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
No. Yeah, we really wish there's a way I could let it have the bucket. Just to see where things could go from there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How else can I mix things up?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I haven't fallen to my
so
death.
Bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh, that was it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
All right.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
All right. This is it. This is where I am now.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's
we've been here
beautiful,
before.
isn't it?
Did we have the
If
bucket
just
last
stay
time?
Right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh no, is this part?
Oh no. Stay away
Oh,
from those
no.
stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there. No, 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 what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Oh, no.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
We know there's no other way for me to go, except for me to do the pause screen and start again that way.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Got no reaction from this. Is that what Joy?
Stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Oh, no.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I think we could all benefit from this lesson. Oh no, is this a bucket? It's like a game show?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket,
Oh.
not an actual bucket.
Heck, it looked real to me.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No, it's a hologram of a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket,
Yay.
not an actual bucket.
Alright.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I think this one is a bucket.
Correct.
Yay!
This is a bucket.
I'm good at this game. Oh, not a pail.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct.
Yay!
This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
I like this game.
Is this a bucket?
Yeah, I think this one is. Yay!
This is a bucket.
Can you explain, though, why it's a bucket?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No, it doesn't have wheels.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both. A bucket and not a bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless...
Yeah.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Now I do.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
You're a
Do
bucket,
any of
Nick.
us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley,
Maxie's
I
a
can't
bucket,
keep doing
too.
this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had
So
to
is
begin with.
EV23.
I'm afraid the bucket
rock
is
slide.
threatening to tear our relationship
Jeff.
apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Nope,
Okay.
everything's a bucket.
Here we go.
A bucket of laughs is still a bucket, Nick.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything was
Why
a
did
bucket.
Everything disappear. Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yeah.
My
We established
God,
this.
I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
There you are.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
You're just not
Oh,
good at
this is
getting rid of all the
wonderful
buckets.
news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All right. No, the whole tractor was a
sitting
bucket.
there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Speed running.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Well, surprise.
Okay, I didn't even get to use the keypad that time. Yeah, stay clocked in, for sure.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
I'm just
thought
gonna
to
do the
himself.
standard ending
Did he
to
have
see
the
if it's any
strength
different
to
now.
find out? Now the monitors jumped to life. their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery
I didn't even let us finish his monologue.
and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
All right, so that was exactly the original ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
So dramatic.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
All right. The coin scene from No Country for Old Men. I've only seen that movie once, and I don't specifically remember it.
Stanley
Put
had
the
never
coin
seen the office this brightly lit.
let the
Was it a
shopkeeper
sign of
live or
something?
die.
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
I'm gonna go that same way, except this time without the
Stanley
bucket.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. and at last he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I'm hearing sounds in the other room. I need to, it could be my wife. I think she's off tomorrow, so she may be up. But I want to make sure Millie's not getting into anything. So hold on one sec. All right. Thought my wife was up doing something, but then I ran into Millie. She's still like exhausted. I've never seen Millie this exhausted. I'm hoping she's okay. She's like lethargic. All right. She's just laying like watching my wife in the kitchen prepare like a midnight snack. Told him not to put the lucky coin in his pocket with the other quarters. Oh. Yeah, she's tired. It was funny. I'd never seen her so like almost indifferent when she came in the
Stanley
door.
began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah, no, Maxie, that game has been.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
All right.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself.
It's not because they didn't have a bucket.
Dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
All right. So, when I came back, I brought a bag of jerky in that we'd had on a road trip. And she heard me open that up. Oh, I think she heard my mom, or my wife go out of the kitchen. It's all, the whole parental terminology is getting a little mixed up since I'm the puppy papa and she's the puppy mama. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima has been bouncing around the top of my list for a while now. The only reason, a couple reasons I haven't gotten it. A, it's never been on a super deep sale. And B, I'm not like super into action type games. And that's what Ghost of Tsushima seems like. A really good just action game. And I think that's why I've been like, I've never felt at any given moment that I've bought it, I would be like, I want to play that right now. If that had ever struck me, I would have bought it by now. But instead, it's sort of like, probably it drops down 25 or under, I'm just going to snag it. It just seems really good, but again, if I don't think I'm going to play it.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Is that a corpse? Oh, glad I'm not him. Off to work. And then she whistles as she walks off. Okay. There's a bucket. I'm starting to feel like I've seen everything. But
when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I haven't gone out the window yet. I didn't know that was an option. And yeah, I don't even know what my wife was making. She's making something in the microwave. But I got like a 2-for-1 deal on jerky on our road trip, so I got a ton of jerky and some other stuff.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
This is exactly the way it happened before. So I'm starting to really think. I doubt I've seen every single last thing in this game, but I'm feeling like I've pretty much gone over most of it. When my next start, I'm going to see about that window though, Rockside.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press T on your keyboard. Oh, that's my job. Just press the keys they say to press, right?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press L. There's a whole deluxe area discussing features. You don't know how to get there, though. A whole deluxe area discussing the features of the sequel. I mean, I went through... Oh, if that's what you're talking about. I went through a whole... It's like going to a massive expo about Stanley Parable 2, where they talk about all the features. But they didn't mention the window.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Oh, yeah. I saw... Now, I don't know if I saw the infinity hole in the main game. I thought I did once, like when it came back. I can't remember if I've seen it. All the other features that were discussed in the exhibit, like the expo, I've seen, I believe.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
I mean, that whole sequence leading up to them doing the features of Stanley Parable 2, I almost wish I could replay that now, because I don't think it's re-triggered. But specifically, like, you come across doors that said extra content as you're going through the main office at the very beginning. And if you go through it, it sets off this whole, like, crazy sequence of things that leads to, eventually, the narrator declaring that they're making a sequel.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press U to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press J to prepare dinner. Oh wait, I think every time I press something, this room changes. Yeah. Like, there's now my office. My desk is in the corner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
I don't think I've met the baby.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press F to tell your wife you love her. Oh, that's nice.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press M to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Press Z to be at work in the morning. Well, let's see what happens if I just sit here and eat jerky. I've also got Millie treats, because she's not begging for my jerky, but she likes these treats. Just as much. This jerky's too salty. I get in trouble if I give you too much of that. But don't give in trouble for giving you this. Yeah, I haven't. I've seen references to the baby, but I haven't come across the baby in this playthrough. I might have when I played the original in 2013.
You see?
I pressed it.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press O to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
All right, Moo. Here. Sit. Good girl. All right, here we are.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That's new. Hey, Moo. Can you come up here? Get up. I have no interaction with the window. Sit. No, ma'am. Sit down. Good girl. Window, no interaction. Window, no interaction. No windows. No windows. The layout's pretty much exactly. Let me mess with this a little bit more because he's now telling me that there's someone following me. I don't know if that means anything at all. But this beginning, I keep saying I'm not running into new endings, but I am occasionally running into new beginnings, and that's what this represents. So I just want to make sure. I think it's just narrative screwing with me. But I don't want to prematurely restart when there's a chance I'm actually experiencing new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well,
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
all right. I'll try it. So I'm restarting. Oh, dang. This is different. There's the bucket.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
The first window you come across is the one you need to go to. The desk by it is usually right underneath. Now, I've been through that room a gazillion times, and it was... This past time it was in there exactly the way I remember it being. Like the window, the desk at that first window is not up against it. I don't... Well, unless I'm thinking of another desk.
Tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, I don't know. But this was a weird start.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'll restart it again in a sec. Oh, damn, this is open now. I don't know why this door is open sometimes. The last time I came in this elevator, it just made sounds, and then when I opened the door again, it was the same room, though. But I'll be back in the first part of the office again soon enough. Huh. Yeah, I think this elevator doesn't do anything. Except it plays music that occasionally whispers, "Stand." Just making sure this time. Maybe if I wait long enough. It does the same thing when I went up before. Yep, it's just up or down. I'm making her crazy with this turkey. fresh turkey, sweet potato, barley, oats, carrot, turnip, cauliflower, cubes. All right. All right. I feel fairly convinced that nothing happens in here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yeah.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Oh, Millie gave up on me. Guess she didn't like her treats. She knows I'm eating this jerky that's filling the room with its smoky scent. I mean, she's not getting any. I gave her a little bit.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was
I'll
crushed
try pushing 8 next
violently
time.
to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. Alright, this is the same thing that happened before.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
And this is where I thought this might be the endless hole. But then I didn't get an option to go down it. I stopped and read all these exhibits
No
last
man
week.
can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
There, I thought I could jump down into it, but
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander.
Last time I let it kill me. I wonder how the bucket that is. All right, back in here. First
Someone was
window.
following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
No options. I'm not saying you could never go through the window, but I am thinking if you could, that itself might have been the special situation.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What weird noises. Oh, it's already open.
Here's the door, just go.
But what about the control pad? Maybe because it's already open, it's not going to matter. Oh. It said 8. Was that it? Or just at one point you got an achievement? I moved. Did you come back with the hopes of having jerky and not these stupid dog treats that I keep giving you? I mean, they're fancy dog treats. They got turkey and stuff in them. Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, it said 8.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm gonna torment her with some more jerky. Eat jerky right in front of her. She's gonna very clearly continue to see me not giving her jerky. Alright.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen,
and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
No, I'm pretty sure
Freedom
this is
was
just
mere
the standard ending, unaltered. The phone ringing. Oh my gosh, what's this?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Alright. Window. Nope. Window. Window. An achievement came up. It said you can't jump. And then the description, the flavor text was, seriously, we disabled it. Gotta shift it up on the desk. We'll take a look. I'll go back. Oh! Oh, maybe I can get up there. Oh. Oh!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
You're
Why
right,
don't we
Loctite.
take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop?
Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh, I guess like literally all I can do is restart the game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but...
What are you doing, Goo? She's making like almost a little sound like... You silly girl. You getting crazy?
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his code. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah, it's good.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons.
I like this.
He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence
want to listen to it.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Is it just gonna loop now? I'll bet you if I stay here for 3 hours, This music's just gonna loop for 3 hours. Well, it might not. After 45 minutes, he may say something. Oh, it sounds like it's wrapping up. Oh, let's start over again. All right. No, it's wrapping up. Uh-oh, something's happening now. The guitar's getting fucked up. Now what? Have I really played it all out? I outlived the guitar, though. I stuck to it. All right. Wait, what if I go to the menu and then begin the game? You know, I'm going to log out and go back into the game and see what happens with the timer. Didn't he say that next time he'd have, like, more sliders for me? Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Yeah, that's about good. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Oh. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Oh, that's 9. There's that. This is the more accurate 9. No, this is the one. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. There, I'm doing it. And now I've stopped. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appalling to you? Occuboinkle or scrumtush? I think scrumtush is... wait. Occuboinkle? I like both of them so much. Occuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider, okay? Just like to be helpful. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes, by definition, yes. What time is it anyway? Yes or no? Yes? It's yes time. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Of course! You know what? Just for that, I'm going to start the game again. See what else he's got. Give it a sec. And launch. I gotta revisit the slider guide at the beginning of the game. Just to let him know how much I appreciate it. A slider guy. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? I mean, I guess time is a relative construct, right? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specification. But who hasn't? That's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And still, I don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. I've noticed that. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? I too, actually I do. Not all the time, but you know. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. I don't know what that means. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Wait, but he said I won't be here next time. Where am I going to find... Oh, epilogue! That's new. All right, gotta see it. Maybe I've seen all the endings. I think this is one of the features from the Stanley Tube exhibit many, many years later. Yeah, epilogue was one of the features. Whoa. It's like a little campfire with a desk chair and a log. Logs. Wow, this is quite the journey. Well, of course, I got to go against the wind. Oh, look at all the chairs buried in the sand. It's pretty peaceful, you know. Oh no, look, it's the Hall of Memories or whatever, the museum. It's where we got to, remember when we walked down memory lane and we got to see how I collected all the collectibles? Reliving that? That's that place. It's also when I was playing before, where we revisited all the reviews for Stanley Parable 1. And when we got to the Steam reviews, that's what sent the narrator into the downward spiral that eventually led him to believe we should have be a sequel. Where he would fix all the problems that people complained about in the Steam comments. Cookie Nine's blog. Wait, I think Cookie Nine was one of the Steam reviewers that said something like the narrator was boring, and long-winded, and they wish that there could be a skip button. And then there was a whole gag where the narrator made a skip button, and all sorts of crazy shit happened. Anyways, that's a long story, but... Alright, but he kept saying, like, when I had the skip button, he's like, now I'd like to see what Cookie 9 would have to say. After now I put a skip button in. I certainly hope maybe Steam can send him a message to ask him to revise his... to revise his Steam review. Now that I've put a skip button in the game. Alright, let's see what Cookie 9 says. Cookie 9's blog. Uncompromising gaming content. Review. Oh, it's his review of the Stanley Parable 2. Posted on April 27 by Cookie 9. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Uh-oh. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? There are new endings? Oh, where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... and then the rest of it's buried. Cat dog born? Hey, look! Do you think that's because I made them be friends in the slider? There's a cat and a dog stuck together with a heart in between them. Yeah, I think that's what I did with the slider. This is very ominous. What is all this stuff? Oh, it's the name button. That was one of the features. Was like, if you push this button, it will say your own name, and you push it, and it would say something like Chuck. And they're like, well, right now it only says Chuck. So, but just pretend for a moment your name is Chuck, and press the button again. And I press it again, and it said Chuck. They're like, see, wasn't that amazing? He said, at some point we'll figure out how to make it to say your actual name. But it's just a prototype for now. Okay, Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. By Snip Sweeney. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2023, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. Quote, "It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want," reads the press release. "We thought we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about. Yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth." End quote. The press release goes on to promise to, quote, "preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to, quote, stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions." The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. I mean, the thing is Stanley Parable 2 technically doesn't exist, so this is all very interesting. Your friend gifted you Chilla's art closing shift. Alright, as a Christmas present. Cool. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I think that's one that I couldn't... Wait, that wasn't the cafe one. That was the first... Was that the cafe one that I didn't finish? Or the one in the convenience store that I did finish the first time? I can't remember now. The cafe one. Yeah, I didn't finish that one. I ended up getting frustrated, and I stopped. I died over and over again and couldn't figure out what to do, and then I think I just stopped playing. I did like the game up to that point. Yeah, I kept dying. Well, you have to tell me if you can figure out. Probably if I just Googled it, I could have figured out what to do. Hey, it's all the figurines. Can I collect them? Oh, nice. I'm getting more figurines. I'm getting credit for them, too. Oh, epilogue. You do not disappoint. All right. Let's see what else. This hole is a little ominous, but it's got sparkles in it, so what could go wrong? Very dark. It's 2 doors. What does this say? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Any doors here? Okay, just gotta make sure. There's a sense of finality walking up to this desk. Is this gonna end everything? Uh-oh. Here we go. Hello again. Oh, hi! He did say we'd meet again. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you too, slider person. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. I hope there will be. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to his legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. Oh, sweet! It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. The Stanley Parable. There you go, Jeff. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Let's see. Outstretched. Crocodile. Boyfriends. Zone. Oh, Crocodile Zone? Out. Crocodile. Oh, I can only do 2. Okay, I actually kind of like Crocodile Zone. Alright. Stanley Parable 3. Crocodile Zone. That's what it'll be called. Stanley Parable 3. Crocodile Zone. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And we'll pick a new subtitle. Wow, we're going to make, like, an entire ton of these. That way, Stanley Parable will never end. Nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. I kind of wish you'd give me more content. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. Well, you should put more content in it. It'll be just the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. You know what? Let's do it. Good then, it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. You know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? That was one of the things, like one of the Steam reviews was bitching that there was a broken achievement in the game that was unobtainable. And so for the sequel, the narrator said he was going to create a machine that would allow you to unlock the unlockable achievement. and he got in the demo area, you got to see the machine, but when you tried to use it, it didn't work. And he's like, well, we haven't figured out how to make it work yet. But by the time we publish the game, we're definitely gonna have figured it out and be able to let people earn that achievement. Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're gonna keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Well, of course. Let's see. It's 11:32. Please adjust the slider till the computer is barely visible, of course. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Alright. Whoa! Look at this! You are playing the Stanley Parable 3. Crocodile Zone. I like the new intro screen. Yes.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I want to see. Hold on.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Crocodile Rock was pulled from my memory after years in limbo. I don't know what Crocodile Rock is. Is that a song? I want to see if I hit the pause menu if it says Stanley Parable 3 Crocodile. Oh. It just says sequel is now paused. Okay. I want to see if I can jump out the window with the bucket.
To his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more, There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Ooh, what?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
So wait, now is the bucket still there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nope. New content! Return to Stanley Parable 2, Expo Hall. Yeah, alright. That's the Expo Hall. I mean, there's a lot leading up before that we're not going to get to see, but still, the Expo Hall itself is pretty cool. The original new content zone was kind of hilarious, too.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I like the sign. The end is never the end. Again, Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay, I think you're supposed to look at that. Oh. 2. They're back. 2 doors. One more TSP. Is that the Stanley Parable? 2 better TSP. Paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. 1 to 2. Sequential mindshare. 2. 1 to 2. Win-win. Alright. Stanley Parable 2. 2 plants. Yeah. Can I jump out any of the windows here? The Stanley Parable 2 logo ideas. Okay, looks like they went with this one. Let's see. It'll let me go out the window. I didn't even see. No, apparently not. These windows seem like they're very, like, go-outable. But... Two Stanleys. There we go. Two Stanleys. Alright. Wait, are these two doors open? No.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Like, two eyes, two ears. It says, who took the red marker? And then red marker, me. Those guys. What does it say? I saw the investor showcase. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. I don't think that's a good example. Dark Souls 2. Yeah, all right. 2. The prequel to the Stanley Parable. What? 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable, is the prequel to Stanley Parable 2. Oh, okay, I see what they're saying there. You are the sequel. Was it pretty good? I just thought everything after the first one was like a sloppy cash grab, but I'm happy to be told that I'm wrong at that point. Alright. This way to the showroom floor. New features. I wish I could sit in these chairs and see some kind of a demonstration. Some new content. Can I go on the new content bus? No. Expo Hall. Here it is.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
And I gotta say, I was... when I stepped into this room, I was a little bit, like... It was kind of breathtaking. Let's see. Here's the exhibit. Hear your name in the game. Exclusive for Stanley Parable 2. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It wasn't Chuck. I think I used that as an example, but it's like, yeah. Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I just got to make sure there are no ways I didn't discover last time. You know so many gyms. Yep, it's a common name. Maybe that's why they chose it. It's like because there's more likely to be a gym than a lot of other names. There are probably more gyms than there are Nicks.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Let's see. This was the epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, well, we've done the epilogue. It was pretty good. Let's see, no screenshots, please. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. They didn't make it red. Updated ray tracing. More of the same in a good way. New features, new content, new ideas. Was there ray trace? Hey, here's the introduction of the Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. This is where it all started.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
All right.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
All right.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
They would definitely win most enjoyable bucket in any video game. Let's see. You get the t-shirts. I saw the new content. Now I kind of wish you could. I wonder if you could actually buy these t-shirts. That'd be cool. The end is never the end again. Yeah, I'd wear that shirt. This t-shirt is the best new feature. Yeah. Does this game convince you need a bucket in your life? Let me see. There's office decorations, a Stanley Parable bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. It's a work in progress. Let's see. This is office decorations and the infinite hole. Okay.
Okay, I'll be honest. I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh, that's what happened is last time I chose the other one, and he decided on happy 12th birthday stepniece. Because I chose this one. So I'll choose this one. And then every time when you went back into the game when there were balloons, it was always these balloons. The one balloon you didn't choose. So this time I'm going to choose this one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
So now I guess if we keep playing, it's going to be get well someday balloons all over the office. And now it's already in the pictures. The get well someday balloons are all over the place.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
The jump circle, which I've already... That was the original only new content. And why he was upset.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
It was the one time in the game that the spacebar actually lets you jump. Oh, the new and easy achievement. I'm guessing they still haven't fixed it. Pull the lever, receive the new achievement. No more step. It just works. Get yours right now. The broken
now, here's
achievement.
Something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I got it!
As you can see, the machine is not working
It
yet.
says test achievement, please ignore.
Wait, what in the holy hell
I
is
got
going
the
on?
achievement!
You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
You got
Who
it!
fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
It got fixed.
Oh, God. Composure. Composure.
The slider
Yes,
guy
as you
did
can
it.
See, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Oh, that's awesome. I did not expect that it would work. I thought this would be an identical repeat of the last time I was in here. I thought I might
What
encounter
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
the infinite hole. I thought maybe I'd find the machine somewhere in the regular game and then it would work. I didn't think it would be in the exhibit. Okay, the infinite hole. It just keeps going. Yeah. I was scared
Stanley,
to
here's an
jump in
idea that I'm
this.
truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
For knocking on 430 5 times. I was afraid to jump into this thing because I thought literally it would just go on forever, but it was nice.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface. I wonder how long, if it'll literally just let me fall forever.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later
Maybe it's
spectrum
not
of
endless.
things.
I never gave him a chance to get nervous.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is.
It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
So wait, can I look at all the cigarettes? Like someone's been down here? Or are they just throwing shit into the infinite hole? If I don't return to the surface, will he eventually feel like I have not accepted his terms? I don't forgive him for lying about the infinite nature of his hole. Alright, I go back up.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Infinity hole. Ha. Go in the hole again?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I'm gonna keep jumping into it now. Yeah.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Because we couldn't have a jump button because I used all the jumps. Alright, G. Oh, it didn't work.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Alright. Nope.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
Give me a jump button.
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
He's
you
leaving.
couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole Have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
He's got to be just pretending to leave. What's happening? Something big. Oh, it's going back down. I do. I love holes. I didn't know how much I enjoyed holes until just now. Have to change your perspective. Oh. 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 This is mind-blowing. Yeah, I feel whole with this part of the game. Of course. Press G to change my perception. Yeah. Oh!
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip. Oh, here we go. Must be dozing off again. Oh, what? But I didn't get to see all of the new content. Oh, here we go. I guess that was
Here
that.
we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right, there was a new, there was something up here that I could never get inside of. The settings world champion. This didn't do anything before. It still doesn't. I don't know what that means, settings world champion. And then that leads back to the epilogue display. The collectibles. Here was the introduction to the collectibles. Out of order? You've already been here. What do you mean out of order? Collect them all. But I want to go see the collectibles exhibit. Lame. Alright. So the exit's up that way. Have I seen everything? Wait, standing with the reassurance bucket. Jump circle. This map. Free achievement. Button that says your name. Merch. Office decorations. Epilogue. Collectibles. Infinite hole. Yeah, I think I've seen everything.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
It's quite the expo.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes,
Yeah.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Haha. But it's Stanley Parable 3.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked
There's
for a
the white
company in a
balloons.
big building where he was employee number 427.
So I can't skip this now?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna knock on the 4:30.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh. So wait a minute. Does that mean J Maxie was trolling me? Or maybe in the original game it was only 5 times. Alright, let's see. That was 5. We'll do 20. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Maybe I needed 5 more.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes,
50?
Almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Alright, where's 417? Yeah, I think the ship has sailed, Maxie, for the 5-click achievement. Oh, new content. Oh. Where's room 417? There's 415. There's 416. Oh, there it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Wait, what was 417 again? In here.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Is that the one that makes you jump out the window? Where's 419? Okay.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
I wish there was a sprint button now. Or is there?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes!
I got it!
Did it! Oh, wow.
The 5
That felt
clicks.
amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
So I guess I was wrong about the ship having sailed on the 5 clicks.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yep, it's pretty good.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
It's a contest of wills. Who's gonna get frustrated first, me or the narrator? Unless, was that really the sign that he's not gonna say anything else till I leave? Yeah, after meticulously setting the clock, and then I started to wonder if the clocks in the game were corresponding to what you set in the beginning, and at first I thought maybe they were. And then I realized, no, they're not. It's a pretty good deal, yeah. $1.25. Alright, I don't think he's saying anything else.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room, and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, yeah, he didn't let me go back in that room. When you come through the left door, I think if you just go to the left door, I don't know if there's even a door there. I'm not sure though.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find it. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh. Now remembering content from a long time ago. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Well, I've seen that one before. But what's happening now? What? Oh, am I gonna get to see the original new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Do I get to use the
well, this sounds
jump
delightful.
again?
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, this is the original new content encounter.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see it.
Still at 0.
The jump circle? Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I've noticed that too, Max. There's a few times when he's been talking, I've specifically thought of Stewie Griffin. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I want to see the part where you run into the reviews.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I don't want to go to the expo hall again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna go back to the executive bathroom. See if there's more nostalgic content in there.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
That sweet, is that fuck all? Is that what FA means?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Well,
please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because he's reacting to it. That's why. I'm like a kid. So if
you do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Well, now I'm committed.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say,
"Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, there's a hookers line.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
That might have been it. I should have ended the stream a half hour ago, but I keep finding more stuff. Just when I think There's nothing more to discover. I keep finding more stuff. And the thing is some part of me tonight was like, I'm just going to keep playing till I'm satisfied that I've pretty much seen everything. And then I'm probably just not going to play this game again, or at least not for, I don't know, for maybe I'll revisit it in a few years. Get that 10-year achievement.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Oh, so he literally was saying that the person that me playing the game must have died, and he was shouting for someone else to come and keep playing. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, I can choose this one too. I can choose the old content. I think this is the reviews one.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's the narrator. I remember. It's an old man holding his dog. Is it supposed to be the narrator? And I looked through all this stuff last week. This front room anyways. But the back here wasn't open, so this is going to be stuff that no one on my stream has seen. Here, at least on my stream. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. The Stanley Parable demonstration. There was a free demo that you would play, that you could play, and then, which pretty much I did. I played the original demo, and then I liked it, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting this game now. Achievement. It is impossible to get this achievement. Thanks to the slider guy, I got it. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts nominee, Stanley Parable Game Innovation. So these are like, I think, actual awards. 2014 Game Innovation. 2014 debut game. These are nominees. Nominated for story in 2014. I think the front page of the New York Times, new video game releasing today, I don't think that was real. I think that it could have been nominated for awards, possibly. I do not think it was the first, I mean, could it be? I think they're screwing with us. And there's a picture of Stanley dead with the lady looking at him. Yep. Los Angeles Times, front page, Stanley Parable deals tough choices. It's the top story on June 7th, 2013 in the Los Angeles Times.
Je suis dans la memory zone, seul sur l'abri de l'eau, et je n'attends.
Remembering Stanley Parable 2013.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art,
Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I actually now want to see, I want to look up the Metacritic page for the original Stanley Parable. Let's see. Where do I have Gaming General, Metacritic, Stanley Parable. Ultra Deluxe is more highly rated. Here, we'll come here. I didn't realize this, but the Ultra Deluxe is more highly rated than the original. It's Metascore. Let's see. Critic reviews. Where's Destructoid's review? See all 47. Hey, there it is. Destructoid. Let's see. Yeah, so what he was reading was the actual. Does it have that thing about where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art? Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. All right. Well, so I just wanted to verify that that was like the actual review from Destructoid, and it was. There's the two doors, the beginning launch screen. We got for Scott K. Is that the same red car from the Stanley Parable 3 title screen? The red. All right. Let's see.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Repeatable carpet textures for your game project. Okay. This is... Yeah, this was one of my most favorite sequences of the game. And of course, the next door opens the Serious Room 2013. You can't get through. And I messed around with this. Like, there's literally no way to get through here. So you have to double back.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
I am encouraged to see when looking on Metacritic that this sequel actually... I mean, first Stanley Parable was highly rated, and this game rated even higher. Which I think is good. Nothing's like this game.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
It's the dark bowels of memory lane. Where the Steam reviews live.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Okay. This is so good. Yeah. Well, that one guy, Cookie or whatever, I wonder if he knows. Or if that was a real review. I'm assuming these are all real reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
This is Cookie.
What's this one got to
yeah,
say?
Cookie 9.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
He's forcing my hand.
Waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Oh, I guess I guess that was it.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
Yeah, it was right here.
Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all.
No.
I'm asking you to work with me here. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
And this is all because Cookie Nine's Steam review said he was long-winded. Could you imagine if that's a real person and they play this game and they see this whole like half-hour sequence is about their review?
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a
These leaves have all fallen off the plant. Narrator's he's not talking anymore. Oh, it's a smoke alarm battery. Okay, that's irritating. Alright, let me skip. Clock is off the wall now.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It's...
Alright. It's got to be like decades going by every time I push the button now.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think he's gone bye-bye.
End is never the end.
Ooh, it's leaking. There's a ceiling leak. So the structural integrity of this building is failing. Oh yeah. I think there's even some dirt or other shit falling through. It's an awfully awfully dramatic sequence in response to Cookie Nine's suggestion there should be a skip button. It looks like nature has reclaimed the earth. That's how much time has passed. I still have more jerky. I bought a bunch of it, but I stopped eating it a while ago. You can only eat so much jerky. It's really salty too. And I don't know what those sounds are out there. Is this one like the Lovecraftian space beings have reconquered the Earth? There's some weird sounds like Stranger Things, The Other Side sounds. The incomprehensible future. Oh. Is that the end of the... Looks like that's the end of the skip button. Yep, it's done. I've skipped away all life on Earth, apparently. I mean, there's literally nothing left. Well, there's still that atmosphere, apparently. That's something. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. It's almost 1 in the morning. You are playing the Stanley Parable 3 Crocodile Zone. I don't know why every time I see it, it makes me laugh. And I know I'm gonna launch this game again, not right now, but I will launch it again, if only to create the Stanley Parable 4. Well, Maxie, that whole thing that we just did, I'd already played through before. I don't remember if I might have gotten some kind of achievement for doing it the first time, but that was just, but I loved that whole sequence. So I was super hyped to be able to find a way to go back to it. All right, there we go. All right, well, obviously, it's very late now. Yeah, I didn't realize the game was well, let me see. I'm gonna guess all told I've only got about 6 hours into it. Maybe 7. Let me see. And it is on sale right now, but it's $12. $12.49. The first one I think is $7.50. Where does it say? Yeah, I've played 7.6 hours total. So it's obviously, I don't think it's a game where you're gonna get 40 hours out of it. Although I'm gonna look at some of the other people's, like the people who review it. So the top review, 2.4 hours. Recent review, 12 hours. 5.5 hours, 4.6 hours, 2.5, 2.2. One person did 24 hours, 8 hours. So it's just like the people that left reviews, seems like they're averaging somewhere around 5 to 6 hours. There's clearly occasionally people, but the guy that did 24, he might have turned it on and then fell asleep or went to go pick up the kids from school or whatever. Yeah, I think Brad will be here next time. I'm pretty sure, I know he went to his family for the holidays, and I'm guessing I wasn't sure if he'd be back, but I'm guessing he did a thing, you know, a lot of people do that. They go home for the whole holidays, so they get home before Christmas, and they stay until after New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, and then they come back. So that's my guess what Brad's doing. He's probably taking a 2-week thingy. I wonder if you look up an actual how long is Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. When focusing on the main objective, it's 2 hours. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you're likely to spend around 11.5 hours to attain 100% completion. He may be staying through January for the inauguration. Something tells me he's not going to do that. Just call it a gut feeling. Yeah, unless he's up in the book depository with overlooking the routes to the inauguration. All right, let me close this up. But yeah, no, I honestly was super surprised at how much content there was for that game, and there's still stuff that I remember from the first game that I don't know if it's all in here, because I sort of figured it had everything the first one did plus more. But the one thing I specifically remember was when I played the original game, at a certain point, a certain sequence of actions caused me to end up the narrator took me to Minecraft, because Minecraft was all popular. And at one point, he was just like, fine, let's play Minecraft. And then I was in Minecraft inside Stanley Parable for a few minutes. And I never found a way back to that. And so I either didn't do the right sequence of events, because you never know exactly what's going to end up triggering new content. So you can make the exact same decisions over and over, and sometimes you get the same results over and over, and other times, the second or third time in doing it, something's different. So it's sort of unpredictable what's going to trigger new content. But all right. So the other cool thing about this week is basically no one's at work this week. So it's pretty mellow. It's another reason why I don't quite mind as much that I'm up a little later than usual, because my job's been real stressful the last few weeks. And part of it's too because when people are around or my boss is around, they're constantly throwing curveballs. So I've got to sort of be ready, mentally agile. But they got me on this list of 500 things to review, and it's sort of the same, building on the same baseline task I've been doing. When they haven't been giving me all these special tasks, I go back and I work on this list. And it's a little bit, it's the first thing I've done at this new job that's felt a little bit routine and familiar. So, and no one's around to throw a curve, because usually I'll be trying to work on it and then I'll get it's emails throughout the day asking me to do stuff, and the emails don't always make sense. I don't always understand what they're asking. Yeah, that's what's kind of stressful. But yeah, everyone's gone until next year, basically. They're all the leadership, they're coming back January 2nd, January 3rd. And so yeah, today was real mellow, and tomorrow's probably gonna be mellow. I mean, still have work to do and stuff, but I don't feel like I need to necessarily be operating in 120% mental efficiency the way that's sort of how I felt for the last month. All right, well, you're welcome, Maxie. I wasn't planning on doing an extra long stream. I just got sucked into that game, and I kept waiting for some kind of sign that that would convince me that, okay, I've seen everything. And it never happened. So I don't know how much more content there's obviously more here and there sporadic content. If it fills up 11 to 12 hours, there's obviously more, but it could just be superficial stuff. As your number one fan, I appreciate it. Unlike your number two fan. Uh-oh. Them's fighting words, Maxie. Have a bucket for moral support. Yeah, I never, And that was the funny thing, too, is, what got me actually playing this game, because it's sort of been on the back of my mind as a to-do list, but I was looking up non-VR games that have decent VR mods to make them good VR experiences. Because not every game is going to work well in VR. And there's the same guy that did the Firewatch VR mod, which I have been playing through and it was really good, also did this one, which is not quite as polished as his other mod, but it works. And so that's what got me playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because that's what he had this VR mod for. And that's probably the only reason I played it. But when I was looking at his mod and I was seeing like people leaving comments about it, and there were multiple people talking about how amazing it was to finally be able to feel like they're actually holding the bucket in reality. They like to be able to reach out and grab the bucket in virtual space for the first time was a powerful experience. And I was like, what are they talking about with this bucket? Then I realized, yeah, they really I mean, one could say that the game is primarily about the bucket almost. The bucket is like the main character of the game. It should be the bucket parable. Uh-oh, look, there's EV23 with the sad face. I'm sure EV23 appreciates it too. Just because she's the number 2 fan. Or I don't know, have we established a pecking order of... That was something dumb that I did when I was like 5 or 6 years old. Because of my first... There's a kid who stood in line, like after recess, we'd get in line in alphabetical order to get back into class. And there was a kid that stood right behind me in line, who is, of course, in every day, it was the same person standing next to you. And so the first, like, week or two, we get in line, and I'd say hi. And I was all shy, and he'd say hi. And then we'd go inside. And then the next time we'd get in line, and I'd say hi, and he'd say hi. And we'd go inside. And then the next day, I said, do you want to be my first best friend? And he said, yeah. And so we were, after that, declared first best friends. And that lasted for many years. But the thing that happened is then, like, 6 months later, I met a neighbor kid. And we hung out, and we got along. And after a couple days, I asked him, hey, you know, I already have a first best friend, but you could be my second best friend. And he accepted. So he became my second best friend. And I think I even, a year or two later, met another kid. I offered him to be my third best friend, and he accepted. But he felt like he needed to move up. He used to be kind of like, what can I do to move up to second best friend? Like it was a first, second, and third place, right? And so it sort of became that, where he was like, well, what if I got you like a Christmas present? What if I brought you candy at school? Could I be your second best friend? And I think at a certain point, I actually relented and I promoted him to second best friend. Because I think my actual second best friend moved away. I want to say maybe he moved away. No, but that hadn't happened yet. I don't think so. It's all fuzzy. It's a very long time ago. But I do remember my third best friend at a certain point. But then I think we got in a tiff and they demoted him back to third best friend. It was a real mess. But there are echoes of that happening here. I had to send a link to Doug's Stanley Parable stream with his brother. He talks a good deal. Yeah, now that I've played through so much of it, I probably appreciate that. We need a poll rating my fans. And of course, I mean, Evie, you know the joke. You know the joke, right? That it's just fun. I just find it amusing to just play on this whole thing of like literally for years, you're almost always the first one in the chat. And then the one time Maxie shows up first, I break out the law office scene and I make this like official legal declaration that Maxie's the #1 fan. It's sort of like me saying I've never missed a Thursday. Just a little bit of fun. Although, at the cost of Maxie being the #1 fan. That's the downside. It's a little bit of fun, maybe some real consequences. The Maxie's now in the #1 slot, but you know, keep on trying. See, that's the gag right there in action. Okay. All right, you guys. Enough of this screwing around. It is 1:11 p.m. where I am. It's like 4 in the morning where Maxie is, and Nick. But Nick stays up all night anyways. I don't know what the hell Maxie's doing up. EV23. It's still pretty late for you too. It's like 3 in the morning. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. So let's see. Get the dim the old lights. There we go. Cue the lullaby. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, J Maxie, EV23, Nixie, Jeff Harmo, go to sleep. Maybe Rock Slide. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Joss Sadai, who's probably not here, but I'm going to say his name anyways. Yeah. That should about do it. Wait, now I have to see if Joss. Sometimes I do that, and then in the comments, he goes, good night.